story, but we'll save it for after. Good morning. This is Halloween, Thursday, October 31st of 21. I am Daryl Banks, and my fellow commissioners are Cliff Mears and Tony Zero. Our clerk is Stacy Call. Our assistant clerk is Heather Toman, and Andrew Keller, our county administrator, is here, and we have our HR department. So they hear your voices. Would you ladies introduce yourself?
Kelly Christensen, Director of Human Resources.
Jenny Phelps, Risk Management.
Rachel Troyer, everything, civil services.
And we have Carl Hunnell online. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Well, you've brought, the first thing we're going to do is talk about your budget, human resources, and the human resources doesn't quite cover it. You're a little bit varied in that, but why don't you tell us about your budget?
Sure. Well, I submitted to you what will reflect our 2025. Touch on a few of the highlights and then any questions that you might have. The salary line item reflects direction from the board and is pursuant to the wage study. The allocation, you're aware, Jenny's salary and my salary are divided among several different.
Excuse me, could you repeat that about the salaries?
They're pursuant to the board's direction and the wage study.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's simple for across the board.
The allocations did not change from last year. So that remains the same. Just to kind of touch on some of the things that have increased. So postage, for example, reflects an increase that occurred in July of this year to account for that. And then also a increase due to the election this year, which always results in an increase to the postage line item. Proposing to increase training a bit, membership and dues line item, and then the health insurance line item reflects the 5.7% increase that we received countywide from SEPCO.
So what jumped out at me was postage going up $25,000 roughly, and you said by the election.
Yes,
But
I'll probably have Rachel speak to that directly, but the postage line item covers for the county, so the Board of Elections sending it
Oh.
out. Yeah.
oh.
Yep.
Okay,
You have any questions about that?
not anymore.
I was gonna say, we have a lot of mandates that come down, so we never know about what will happen during the election period. Right now, we are, with this year's budget, paying for a lot of mailings, expecting, and we don't know if we're going to be reimbursed. Every once in a while, they do reimburse us for the postage, so it goes back into the postage line item as well. But again, we saw a large increase last year, or excuse me, with the increase with July. And I'm expecting another increase, probably January or February. That's been talked about for postage as well. So you can pretty much bet that we're going to have increases at least once a year with postage. So we have to account for that as well.
Okay.
Clerk of courts, they are still sending out just as much mail as they have been because they still have not been able to pass any legislation to change from the certified mail, it actually returning the slip to the electronic signatures, electronic slips. Then, so we have a lot of things that we have to take into consideration when it comes to postage.
This postage cost doesn't come out of their respective budgets, it sounds like.
It comes actually out, all general fund comes out of this budget here. And then the non-general fund, they pay for their own.
Because it's one meter, is that why?
Pardon me?
Because it's one postage meter?
And there's central services and we do the bidding, so it's easier to centrally administer that as opposed to individually. If you recall, we do the bidding for the.
Right.
And we watch the postage closely because sometimes there's miscalculation with math or We also pay attention to if there's large mailings, special mailings, stuff like that, so that we can then coordinate it for the following year with as well. So, yeah, it was set up long before I even started, that we would pay for that. And I've been waiting years.
The question I had was on the Corsa premium. Is that just the best guess? Do we know yet? Cause I'm showing that your proposal's 22% higher. Is that gonna be the accurate figure?
We won't know until May. That's when the renewal actually happens. Based on the information that we heard at the annual meeting, and just based on property claims nationwide, for example, in that particular line, they're looking at 15%. And then we have our other lines, errors and omissions, other lines where, yes, we are expecting an increase. Now, will it be 22%? I don't know. I would rather go high and have it come in under, because last couple years we've,
What was driving that again? I didn't hear you. What was driving that? You said due to what?
part of it is at least, property. So with the weather events that we've had, for example, and replacement costs, property is driving a large part of it, but also claims as well.
And when Kelly says property, that doesn't mean that Richland County has experienced these claims and it's causing us.
No, it's
Right.
It's,
industry-wide.
and yes, it's across the nation.
Yes.
So. Okay, boy, that's looking at 575,000. The amount it's gone up in the past couple of years is quite substantial.
It is.
Hopefully we don't need it all, but
Yeah.
like we said, we'd rather err on the side of caution and
Cool.
I think we were still conservative, cautious, but conservative.
Conservative, a 22% increase?
Well,
We share different words, we
Accurate.
share different definitions of conservative. Penny.
any other questions on the HR budget or the Corsa?
Just think, in 2022, it was 363,000.
And last year our portion was 4.
You have it at 575.
Yeah.
I again want to thank you for complying with the wage scales. It has been a labor of love, but as discussed and one more discussions, they really are helping us. And I had a phone conversation with another elected official who was initially resistant to the wage scales when I met. If you recall, I met with every single elected official and explained our reasons for this. And he begrudgingly said, you know what, I like the scales. It helps me understand when we need to hire someone, where we should be, and then it also helps me have conversations with employees about salary. And I recall someone saying that to you, and he goes, all right. So,
Thank you, Cliff, for saying it, Tony.
yeah, so, here at that time, when we are long gone, whoever steps into these chairs, hopefully will continue that. And Jenny, great job in putting the master list together. As you know, I also have a master list, myself. But it's good to know, hey, what does a clerk make in this office and what does a comparable position make in another office? And we're looking to hire someone. And I've told elected officials of it. We're still learning, like some people may be a little low, so we've point factored again. But it's a starting point and they are pleased and thank you because all but 3 elected officials are participating in the scales right now. So I'm hoping we'll get to 100%. The one doesn't have a lot of general fund employees, so thank you.
Yeah, I want to add my thanks to Jenny particularly because she and I have talked a lot recently and she was able to be instrumental in putting together some very comprehensive tools with the wage study that will help us expedite budgeting. So thank you very much.
Happy to help.
We appreciate it, Jenny.
Thank
And
you.
Jenny and I were discussing too, I think when, Tony has been through a wage study before and we hadn't, so it was our first experience with it. And it's a lot of work, especially up front. And you kind of think once you get through that, well, you're finished, but it is an ongoing forevermore project. And so I
That's kind of
also
value
appreciate
too.
your efforts with that. No, it's a lot of work, but it is a very beneficial.
As I said to this elected official, all wage scales are fairly similar when it comes to point factoring the position, right? experience required, education, who's reporting to you, dollars managed, level in the organization. But I think I think attorneys were difficult to slot because, you know, if, for example, if you're an assistant prosecuting attorney, you don't have anyone reporting to you
Mhm.
and you don't manage a budget, but you're prosecuting rapes and murders. So we've had a lot of conversation. I've worked with the prosecutor and I think we finally got that position. You're not going to have every position fit nicely into the scales, but I'm very pleased with the scales.
There's a lot of diversity between our
Yes.
positions, and I think that that's what created hardship with forming the scales even.
We're getting there.
Okay.
It's good budget. I don't have any more questions.
The other one we had is and I know it's not general fund, but the EWC retro budget. Any questions we can answer for that one?
Nope.
How about any questions on Rachel's various budgets?
No, not Rachel's budget, the wellness. I have a question when she's come up for wellness. On the latest and greatest.
The only thing I wanted to point out though was that our we've been paying $34 per employee per month. For the flexible spending accounts, and again, that's an unknown.
What was it, Rachel? Refresh my memory.
It was for.
Okay, sorry, I put you on the
that's
spot. I
and I had to
just-
stop and think about this.
We want to talk wellness then? Is that up next?
Let me take that out just a moment. Okay, I've been hearing some grumblings recently about, well, I shouldn't say recently. We hear grumblings all the time, wellness changes. But we're never told for sure what the change will be until the meeting in October. Kelly did attend. I was unable to attend. But during that meeting, they did state that, and they presented the new wellness program. And, with that wellness program, they removed some items, from what we were doing in the past, this past year versus what they're wanting to do for the 2024-2025 budget, or excuse me, wellness plan. So what they did was they upped some rewards, because as you remember, employees receive money for participating in different activities. And for example, the wellness exam, or the well woman exam as they call it, this past year it was $25. They increased it to $50. They also changed some of the activities to follow guidelines, and it's actually following the guidelines of the American Academy of Family Physicians. And with that, the diabetic A1C and the cholesterol test, they are actually following that guideline, which would be for the age limits. We're also following age limits on the prostate, colorectal, and mammograms as well. But again, some of the items did increase with the rewards. So it's, at the end of the day, we have a wellness program outside of Petco. This is something that they reward the employee for participating in these items. But we as a county, we offer a higher low deductible. If employees complete the wellness program, then they are put in the wellness, or excuse me, in the low deductible the following year from the end of the program. So that's what I'm actually here to talk about, but also to remind you that, you know, it stated that they did shorten the period of the wellness program, so it will run from August 5th, 2024 through June 30th of 2020. Why they did that is because the way the wellness program is, it's a lot of work to figure out, and especially for those of us that offer this high and low deductible, figure out who's actually going to be deductible. Because we have a lot of categories we have to look at, including then the spouse as well.
So if it's harder to look at, they shorten the time. Isn't that counterintuitive? Wouldn't they want more time to try to track it?
No, because this is claims based. With claims based, you're waiting for a doctor's office to actually put the claim into Anthem. They do have a set amount of time that they have to get it in, but a lot of doctors, they wait until the last minute to submit the claim. So it could be 60 days before it even hits.
Right, so wouldn't more time be beneficial?
No, because they have to let us know by open enrollment time. So when you don't know till August, they're not getting the information until later December.
So they're saying now that you don't necessarily need the blood test unless you're in the special category, whatever that may be. Okay,
That's what they are finding.
okay. And when we last met, we said we believe, not our fault.
Correct.
We were gonna have the on-site blood testing again, which employees really, really like.
Yes.
And now we're saying they won't necessarily, because you're in a special category, that it isn't necessary for everyone to get the blood testing.
Yes, and Anthem is not accepting third-party billing. So what
Right.
happened in the past was HealthWorks billed Sevco just paid. But we would be required to actually have a lab come here to do on-site. And then we would still have to pay that lab to come here on-site. I did reach out to LabCorp. I've not heard back from them, if they're willing to go on-site. So for right now, I'm just saying, we're probably not gonna have on-site. But not only that, we still have those guidelines that.
So you're saying even though the American Academy of Family Physicians doesn't require it, and we're not sure we can have people on site, we're 2 months into the healthcare plan, we're still gonna require employees to do that?
Well, that's what we had discussed is that something that we want to do is to still require employees to complete the A1C and the cholesterol. We've already got a form that all these employees filled out, but just hear me out for just a second. If that's something the commissioners they don't want to have or require, Wendy did send me, and I found this late last night, and I apologize. I was in insurance meetings for 2 days and I was buried in emails and my email wasn't working yesterday. So I finally found this late last night. Wendy gave me Ashland County and Morrow County, what they're doing for 2024, 2025. Ashland County, they are requiring a wellness exam, my health check-in. So that would be the assessment. Yes, that was the word. And to complete an activity in the $25 category. So they could complete a team challenge. They could log into Sydney app, have their cholesterol, whatever. So they're going to be offering 3 things. So their employees only have to complete 3 things to get the low deductible. Now, Morrow County, no, they're making their employees work. They're requiring wellness exam, the health check-in, logging into Sydney app, and also they're requiring 3 activities, which could be the health fair, open enrollment, in-person open enrollment. I'm not sure what they do with that. Lunch and learns, they do a trash and bash. I'm not sure what that is. Blood donations, toy drives, food drives, clothing, Anthem challenges, OSU challenges, or county extension challenge, or a 5K. So they're requiring their employees to go to do activities outside of this program. So that's some other activities. That's one that like last year I brought to you guys, and I said, let's keep our employees engaged. But with it being such a late time in the year, when we met, you didn't feel that was, a good time to do that at this time. But, so that's just some ideas that we had. Do you guys have any questions? What are your
What
thoughts?
do you want to do with the blood test? And we had kind of put it out there that we were gonna have it on site, not that you don't have time between now and June, but
Well, we tell the people quite a bit. I mean, you can learn a lot from a blood test. Most of the things, the sooner you learn them, the better it's gonna be in the long run. So somehow I'd like to see us continue it. But
okay.
Message up to this point is we plan on doing what we did last year. That's at least consistent with what we did last year, so at this late hour, might change horses midstream, so.
Well, we were gonna say we were gonna do it on site. That was changing midstream.
With the onsite, is that something like for the cost? Does anything in the, the SEPCO grants?
What is the cost to have them on
That or-
site? I was thinking about that.
But it depends on how many people you have participate. But it could be initially before HealthWorks received word that they can't bill. It wasn't going to cost us anything unless it was mileage within.
Well, we know we'd have to pay now. We get that. So do we know?
Now, so it depends on how many people participate in that.
I mean, we have records of how many people had historically participated.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're talking, I am guesstimating because I did not get that far with them. I would guesstimate probably about $5,000 to $6,000.
And Rachel, don't you have an email into LabCorp asking from LabCorp to do it on site?
Now, I mean, that would be a cost worthwhile. We told employees we're gonna do that. And my gut tells me they're gonna figure out a way, knowing how this is going, it changes every year, that this could come back online. So if we had to bear the cost to offer this as an incentive to our employees, I mean, ultimately you want them to be healthy and to do this anyway, right? So I wouldn't be opposed of using some monies to do that this year and see how next year shakes out. You guys?
I think it's a good idea. Is it available for people who don't take county insurance or only those on county insurance?
Be for those on county insurance.
We need to figure out a way to get an order. for the blood.
Correct.
Oh, that's
There's a
true.
Possibility that we could ask the health department,
Blanket.
yes, for a blanket order.
We could do that.
Have in the past. Yes.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
Let's still require it, but we gotta at least move on that to give employees the time then if we're not gonna do it on site for them to start scheduling.
Yes. The great thing is, and of course, Commissioner Banks and Mears would not know this, but if employees get an order from their doctor and they go to LabCorp or Avita now, if they use Smart Shopper, which is Anthem program, if they call in and say, I need to get blood work, if they go to either one of those labs, then once the claim goes through Anthem, they get $25 back just for getting the blood work done. And it's so.
And the
Quest isn't a participant.
Quest has been off and on with their hours, so I don't know if they are or not. I
I just did LabCorp. Is that Trimble? My daughter sent, doctor sent me orders.
Quest for 30 years, they have all my records.
yeah.
Breathe.
exactly. And it's a possibility. Like I said, I call in for my husband and he runs over to LabCorp, I don't ever ask. But they used to be the cheapest at one point in time. And we always promoted Quest. But there for a while, you couldn't even schedule anything because they weren't open.
They weren't open or they were full.
No, they weren't open. And this started in, oh my gosh, it started about 2018 or 2019. Because that's where we were always promoting Quest. And people were calling me saying, are they even open? Are they still in business?
I go once a year. I schedule it online. I go in. I'm in and out in 5 minutes.
Well, that's exactly it. And so, yeah, that was one of the issues that we had.
I don't remember any times that weren't available. It's usually,
Unless maybe they just didn't have appointments and this person often and it was closed. I think so.
Okay, Rachel, keep us posted.
I absolutely will. Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
talk about the new employee
Oh, yes.
timeframes.
Oh, yes.
Currently, we have
Yes.
a requirement for new employees. If they're hired before April 15th, they have to complete the wellness to be on the low deductible next year. If they're hired after, like April 16th or after, they get the low next year without doing all the wellness. Well, now that the deadline's June, I think we need to move that date back.
They wouldn't have. And
So, because they won't have, you can do your annual physical online with a doctor this year, which doesn't make sense to me, but it's an option, so they can do it. They don't have to worry about scheduling with their doctor in person, but I think that date needs.
How about March 1st? That still gives you 3 months to do everything. It just seems to make sense. Let's do March 1st.
good.
Annual physical online, that's.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
said that and I was like, whatever.
I know they really push that telehealth.
Sometimes it would be really nice
It
and
is.
convenient if you can't get away from work or something.
So how would they do a strep test and telehealth?
Actually, I had strep and I took pictures of the inside of my mouth and you could tell I had strep.
But sometimes you need that lab test, the culture that comes back, the first one's negative, and then they call you and go like, oh yeah, it's positive.
I bought myself on Amazon an endoscopic camera, so I could do my own colonoscopy. $16, it's cheaper.
Exactly that.
A wellness credit for, you get like a $50 Amazon for that.
$34 a head.
Absolutely, yes, so, but it's great for poison ivy, but telehealth is, oof. Yeah, because.
They can't hear your heart, they can't hear you breathe. I mean, it's the first thing my doctor.
My kids were
They
little.
do actually have you breathe.
When they have ear
because, one
infections
time
and-
I-
Check your blood pressure online.
So hard
But they
to,
do ask you
get away
when
from
you
work
had your
and-
blood
oh my
pressure checked the
gosh.
last time.
Or
And a lot of people do
When you're
check it because they have.
like you're
usually-
You get watches that
any energy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's.
question the accuracy.
Yes.
Carl, do you have any questions?
Business, I can see the benefit.
No, sir, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, ladies, thank you very much for coming in, and
Thank you.
it is 9:57 and we will stand in recess till 10 o'clock. When next up, I believe, is the Sheriff's Department. I got my scissors.
Scissors. Red pen. Blue.
Good morning, it's 10:02. We are back in session and we've been joined by the Sheriff's Department. And Captain Blanc, I'd like you to introduce yourself and we'll go around the room since there's a bunch of you here.
Sure. Chris Blanc, jail administrator.
Jim Sweat.
Marcy Butler, payroll officer. Jill Lewis. Audrey Daniel.
Steve Sheldon.
Joe Massey.
Ryan Gunder.
Thank you. And I assume Carl's still with us.
Yes.
Okay. Gentlemen, you want to start and explain budget, give us a little idea what's going on and
I think just the sheriff wanted to start off.
Well, I will start off by saying I did stop and talk to Pat Dropsy. He said we're flush.
Yeah.
We need.
Was that before or after he took a look at your budget?
Halloween trick.
He hadn't got the budget yet?
He didn't look at it.
Yeah.
But, we brought the whole staff, and I appreciate the board commissioners for all you've done for us, Ashley, over multiple years and even gone back. You guys have always been very supportive of the sheriff's office and we appreciate that. And I think, I think we try to go to, the 8 of us get together and we really go very, very over our budget with the fine tooth comb, which the majority of our budget obviously is payroll. But we go through, 911, the jail, law enforcement, the detective bureau, records bureau. We try to get as close to what we need, what we feel we need. And then we try to, budget in the things that we need, like, it's a residual thing with cars, it's a residual thing with, tasers and bulletproof vests and guns and everything. And not that we need those every year, we don't, but we try to space them out in a very methodical way that, to keep the budget kind of in a good sense. The two biggest sections, I think that for budget wise, obviously is the jail and Chris Blanc sitting up front and then Jim Sweat's sitting up front. And, we can go over, go over the whole budget. And, I think you've gotten copies of what we submitted last Thursday. And, if there's any questions, we're glad to ask them and, we'd appreciate your consideration and, approving our budget. If you have any questions, you can ask any of my staff.
I always try to, and you guys I think Jill, you do a great job of breaking down the head count. That is helpful. Do you do that? I mean, you do that? It's very helpful. I'm trying to,
By myself, obviously, everybody helps out.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand, and I like how you break it up, which is good, but then trying to figure out, okay, is there an increase here or a decrease there? So I want to make sure at least I have it right.
And we're specifically speaking to Ellie.
Let's start with, all right, 911, I don't see an increase in head count request, right? I'm showing you're at 16.83. You were at 16.5 last year, but that third is breaking up the financial staff. So I don't view that as a head count increase in 911. Does that sound right?
That is 100% accurate.
Okay. All right. Going to jail. Similarly, you're breaking up the financial staff, spreading it across the 3 departments, but I do show that you are seeking an additional investigator for internal and inmate investigations. And then you're also seeking, which would be spread maybe, a digital evidence technician.
That was actually approved last year. We just, because of not being able to fill records clerks positions, that person has not actually taken effect. So for that to happen for us, it was approved in this year's budget. So we were short 2 records clerks. We had one that was hired. She's in the process of being trained. We still have 1 to hire. So the person that will be filling the digital evidence technician position that will be spread out over all 3 budgets cannot take that position until we get someone trained to replace her in the record section.
Okay.
But that was
That's right.
approved in the current budget for this year. And the reason that it touches all three budgets, the digital evidence technician will be assisting with doing all public records requests for audio, video files and all of that. And that's a lot. I mean, the more digital evidence that we continue to collect, the more that we have to put out. Pretty much all these records requests that we get from the jail, they want video from the jail. And that can be anywhere from, I think one records request we literally had, and it was like 500 hours of video. So it's quite cumbersome to manage that.
Additional headcount you're looking then would be for an investigator in the jail.
That is correct. Major ones.
Let me explain that part.
Okay.
So we've recognized a couple things with the jail, and we are giving the jail as much attention as possible, especially with some of the health concerns we've had in the jail with inmates coming in. And, you know, unfortunately, we've had some inmate deaths. And we've changed our medical provider, which I think we're seeing a big difference right away. We now enact these critical care meetings. We have twice a week, which we kind of learned through Corsa, through an agency that was doing it down in Kentucky, that was really assessing inmates as soon as they walk through the door. And that's why we were earlier asking for the additional medical staff. We're still working on that part of it. And we'll try to work with some grants that are in the works. We have not gotten any yes or no on whether we're going to get those grants. But between Captain Blanc and Staff Lieutenant Myers, we do a lot of internal investigations, and they're very time consuming. Some of them have to do with high priority cases that we've had in the jail, you know, with these with inmates, and it just takes a lot of time. So originally we started with a detective, moving a detective over to do those cases. You really need somebody that understands correct. So we made the decision, at least right now, Staff Lieutenant Myers in charge of internal affairs investigations. And we just feel like if we're going to do that, and it's so time consuming, we're going to need an additional person to help out with the administrative duties. That will also help Captain Blanc more and interact with the employees, interact with them. We're just overwhelmed with the workload. Those two people are, that they need some relief in order to go out and actually be more hands-on. And that's why we're asking for someone to do the additional administrative duties in the jail. That help explain that position.
Yeah. And just to piggyback on what the major's saying, just in the jail alone, we usually do about 150 complaints a year. Those anything range from, you know, an hour to many hours through those complaints. We handle 450 inmate grievances per year. Again, maybe about 20 minutes to, you know, several hours on those. Missing property claims. There is so much valuable information to know what's going on in your jail through those phone calls. And I don't really have anybody that's designated to just listen to some phone calls when we have an incident, when we have a fight, when we have, you know, maybe there's a weapon in the jail or something, or maybe rumor of it. A lot of those times they're talking over the phones, but we don't have anybody that I can appoint and say, you monitor this, every one of his phone calls. There could be 200 phone calls, each from 20 minutes. I don't have anybody that I can just say, work on this, let me know what's going on with this guy, or even in this housing unit. I think that investigator would also do that. And then we also have about 170 use of force incidents per year. Some of those would also, we review every single one of them, but maybe there's something that we need to really look into and get more information of, and that would be also from the investigator. So.
I do have one thing I'd like to add, and maybe Joe can elaborate on this. A lot of times when we talk about like internal affairs investigations, it's really, I think the public says, oh yeah, your officers did something wrong. 99% of it is not about officers. It's about inmate on inmate, or it's about, it's about investigations that the inmates might be involved in, or the assault that they might be involved in, or drugs, or mental health issues. You can elaborate that it's not really officer.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, he said it. I think the most of it is. So, and even so even this year alone, we've had like 3 allegations of some type of PREA, which is a sexual, whether it's harassments or assaults. But if we get an allegation from an inmate, we have to look into that. And we're going to have to spend a lot of time questioning, looking through video, lining things up. I mean, that's a lot of time that we're spending in the offices and not actually out on the floor. And the one thing that I learned at the administrator's course is, and you probably know this as leaders yourselves, is MBWA. You manage by walking around, and I haven't been able to do that very much lately. So, and I need to get out there and do that. So
I'm trying to, because, I mean, you do a good job, but it's difficult. So last year was called the digital coordinator, right?
Digital evidence technician.
So I show that last year, and I was looking at your last year's budget, but then if you look at the property room, I showed 2 part-time digital evidence technicians,
No, just a regular part-time technician.
but there's 2 listed. There's a digital evidence technician, 0.3, a full-time, which is 1, which is what you had.
Because,
Then you're asking yet for another evidence technician. That's what I was trying to follow, Jenny.
well, Pam left.
But you showed 1.83. You showed the increase.
That's requested.
Yeah, but we are requesting a part-time.
You already had that part-time there, so it is an
Yes.
increase.
Yes.
So you
of
want a
0.5.
second part-time.
Yes, but
Okay.
that person will be just in the lab as it is.
Okay, so it is an increase on the digital. There is another request for a part-time.
In the lab, yes.
Okay.
We've always managed that salary for that person over not being able to fill all of our positions, and not because it's part-time. So you're looking at 29 hours a week, even if you're talking 30,000 to 35,000, depending on how many hours they work every week for the 52 weeks. So we've always been able to manage that within not being able to fill all of our positions, or having vacancies, or people leaving and coming back. But in all transparency, we wanted to make sure that you understand that there's an additional half body there
So
once we fill that position.
so for the sheriff's office as a whole, you're asking for 1.5 additional FTEs. A full-time investigator and then another person in the property room.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. But then if I look at the support deputies, if you look at last year's budget, you guys submitted for a request of 1. Now I'm showing there are presently 2 people there. Last year you requested a deputy, 1 support deputy. Requested and funded a support deputy of 1. Now I show there's also a lieutenant. So I showed that there's been an increase in the support deputy category, even though we didn't fund for that.
We took that from internal positions because there were 2 in the community policing,
So, right, and so then,
which is down to 1 that's
Hold
still
on.
vacant.
so then if you look at community policing, which is different, obviously, than SROs,
Mm.
you requested 2 community police officers, right? Get a headache after coming over all this. And then your request then is just for 1. So you're moving a community police officer into the support deputy category. Okay, any reason for that?
Yeah, so again, we have gone so long since the 2008 crash and COVID of not having positions. We have so many administrators that are doing 15 different things that we are trying to get back slowly but surely to subrogating some of those responsibilities to have people that are directly responsible for individual areas. And that's simply what that is. But as you can see, as the manpower's transition from position to position, the overall increases aren't in overall bodies, just reassigning duties.
The other thing was we had a full-time employee person.
Okay.
Brian has absorbed that along with the captain's position, where before that was not like that. He absorbed Clea and his captain. And I think some of those fell on the previous Clea person was handling.
Okay. Captain Blanc, so talk about the additional contracted part-time medical clerk.
So yes, so as you know, last year we asked for a second nurse, full-time, 24/7, which I would love to have, but we're not, we didn't move in that direction, so the idea of a medical clerk, we did this before, but I gave it up to get nursing 24/7. So I thought that was very important for the jail. What that clerk did before was do all the pharmacy, all the medical records, and my nurses are doing that now, and they spend a couple hours a day, depending on how many intakes the night before and what types of medications, people say they were using, and we were trying to verify. It takes anywhere from 2 to 3, maybe 4 hours in the morning. So it takes that nurse off the floor. So what I'd like to do is have a full-time or part-time, whatever I get, to help with those calls, the pharmacy calls, and getting the medical records. And they would also help with the Medicaid, the MARS, the paperwork, the EMRs that they set in there, and do the call, all the clerical stuff, so my nurses can get out there on the floor and be with the inmates and treat the inmates.
Increase their time on walking on the floors.
Absolutely.
Well, makes sense to have nurses and supervisors out there on the floor.
6 cruisers?
That's just what we've done the last 4 years to get us back on track.
We get back on track, well, we're good.
Oh, it's that, we are. So we are at the point now where ones that we cycle out are the ones that are 100,000, 200,000 mile plus, and we're getting to a rotation where now we're able to cycle out our cars every 7 to 8 years. And it's taken us, well, it's taken you guys, this board 7 years to.
$0.9 million in cruisers since 2017.
Yeah.
5, 6 more, I'm not gonna have a place to park when I go there.
Yeah.
We already don't. I have to take the transit bus because I don't have any spots. We have so many.
Yeah. Well, and all those cars that are parked there are the deadline cars that are getting ready to be sold that don't work, like across the street. They're 2012 cars that we keep for spare parts because we're trying to junk them as much as we possibly can to replace parts. But as we cycle out a model, example, the cars across the street are all Impalas. So now that we've cycled out all of our Impalas, now we can get rid of all of those cars, and we're not keeping them. But
Had people, but I told them it was gonna happen, so.
yep, they'll be getting on, but as long as we keep that model, we try to keep them as long as we possibly can, because you'd be amazed how many door skins, how many air conditioning units, how many power controllers for, windows, electric locks, those things that rotors, tires that we strip off those old cars and then before we junk them. I mean, because usually by the time most of the cars that we junk, we can't even drive them. They have to get towed to the junkyard. So, but yeah, we keep them for spare parts as long as we can.
And I will say our fleet's in the best shape that it's ever been in, both at the jail and on out on the law enforcement side. It's the best it's ever been. And I think we're in a great rotation right now. If we can just maintain this rotation, it's fantastic.
Did you get that, Carl?
100%. We're not gonna like that. Which is a long cry from, I know you, at least the two gentlemen on the end were here when we were buying used cars and repainting them. Just to have enough that had 100,000 miles that, just to get us through.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. We had long lead times on these cruisers. Do you know what it's gonna be now?
We are back to being pretty close to being copacetic.
Gotten all our ARPA cruisers, because I know we were behind years.
Yes,
We
are completely caught up at this point right now. The only car we're waiting on is for the jail, but that is not out of ARPA funds. It's out of
And I
security.
tracked that. So in 2020, we used capital, 2021 capital, 22, 23, and 24 ARPA. Obviously 25, we couldn't use ARPA. So that funding request would need to come from the general fund or capital, presuming it's approved in full.
Yeah.
So I'm tracking the funding. So
And as an example, the supervisor cars that we purchased this year that will be going to the supervisors, they're replacing the Suburbans that we bought used from the Secret Service that are 2009s that have anywhere between 120 and 180,000 miles on them. So those are the cars that those will be.
just so I'm kind of, and this isn't an indictment of cuts or anything, but I just want to make sure the overall request for law enforcement is about a 6.3% increase from what was appropriated in 24. Jail, buddy Captain Blanc over there, the new Jimmy Sweat, is 12.5% increase. Is that correct? Cap, give or take.
Looks about
Right.
Yeah.
What I got.
And 911's a little more, but we know we had to come up in salary, so that was mostly salary driven, obviously, but I'm showing that was like what, around 14%?
And just to remember though, that is also them accepting the 3% that is a transfer, the 33% or 11%, I should say, from the administrative positions for the work that they do in those areas.
Right, that's, that's a smaller department and we knew that that increase was coming, so that's not I'm not saying that in the pejorative, I'm just going over the numbers. Okay.
But if you look of that increase, just for law enforcement as an example, lion's share of that, it's personnel costs.
Right.
Increase in salary.
Right. Which we knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 14%.
So, I think everywhere else, if you look down through, we've done a great job of staying at or reducing a lot of our other line items throughout our budget.
And I also would like to add that what I requested in 2024 compared to this year is about 7% lower. Right? Is that right, Commissioner?
I'm just looking at, I now see the magical 2 digits in the millions line item. So we appropriated 999 and 24, and you're asking 11.1. So we've added another digit. So that's when I had my Sanford and Son moment.
Yes, sir.
So, okay. I don't have any more questions.
Talk to me. Contract services from 265,000 to 315.
Yeah, so that's an easy fix. So if, just to kind of go backwards in time to get back to where that is. When we were on our old OSSI system before we transitioned to Tyler Tech, the auditor's office handled all of the contract services for all of our legacy costs for maintenance and all of that for all of our systems. Since we've transitioned to Tyler, that was moved from the from the auditor's budget to the 911 budget. So 911, LE, and the jail and our contract services absorbed about $200,000 annually that the auditor's office was paying out of their budget for those projects that are now coming into our budgets. So it's not gonna be much of an overall, really, it's gonna be pretty copacetic wash once we get everything through some of the transitions for that. Next year's budget should be pretty close to where we're on our steady legacy costs as we move forward, but we still are transitioning that over the last pieces of that project.
Thank you.
That's why Pat says we should fund it, because you guys took over his IT costs.
Yeah.
Smooth move by Pat.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
I see you got some retirement. Since we're evidently got more than couple people retiring, and I don't need to know who.
And I can let them speak to that, Commissioner, but as always, we always give you the top liability. We don't know for certain that any of those people are going to be leaving, but
Yeah, be ready.
liability for you folks,
Okay.
we always give you the worst case scenario.
Okay. I have no more questions. Carl, do you have any questions?
Well, thank you. Just a couple, and it's journalists doing math time, so bear with me for a moment. If you add up law enforcement, jail, and 9/11, from what was appropriated in 24 to what was being sought in 2025, I get a total increase of about 12.1%. 18.8 to 21.1. Is that an accurate figure?
And can I just add something to that? That would be accurate, but I think there needs to be a caveat to that because like, for example, in 911, we're always transitioning bodies. So there's a lot of times when we get our budget at the beginning of the year where the commissioners are like, we don't know that we're gonna get back to fully staffed. If we need additional money and we do get back to being fully staffed, then we will readjust the budget. I mean, is that accurate, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, Carl, we knew we were gonna have to bump up, particularly law enforcement, salaries have gone up, everywhere. And so we knew that there would be increases in those line items. So that's why I wanted to make sure when I was doing the math, to be fair, particularly in 911, those people were low and we needed to pay people appropriately. So the dollars speak for themselves, but we knew that we needed to do something to appropriately compensate our people and to stay competitive and to attract new talent. So we need to be fair to the sheriff's office. While the numbers speak for themselves, we knew that pieces were there.
And if I look at the jail, for example, if you look at what 2022 actual to 2025 requested, that's a jump of 42%, 7.8 million to 11.1. Other than trying to add staff, what's kind of driving the costs? I assume food as well, but what's kind of driving that big a jump in the last 3 years or so?
Yeah. Food service, medical service and staffing.
Yeah, Carl, they always request the max amount of people so they could be fully staffed. So it's not to say we won't give you everything you asked for, Captain. But that number looks staggering in light of the request is always high because their request is to fully staff. So all year. So I think you got to look at actuals for really the true picture because the request, comparatively speaking, is going to look high. And that's in light of tangible gas costs, food costs, salary increases. So their request is fully staffed for the whole year.
And I think Major Massey touched on this, but I know there was discussion last year about the enhanced medical services at the jail. Is that going to be, but it's not in this, is that going to be contingent upon getting those grants that you guys have applied for?
Yes, that's correct. And the other thing we're gonna try to do is meet with the mental health board. We've already met with the liaison for the state mental health and advocate for us. And we are working with them to try to get grants and more funding as another avenue to finance that. We certainly need more mental health services in the jail. We have one full-time person now. She's great at what she does. That's being supplied by
Catalyst.
Catalyst and
Catalyst.
the mental health board
and the
funds
health
it.
board,
Yeah.
is providing funding for that, but we need additional help.
Yeah.
It's just the environment that we live in right now, locally and probably nationwide, I would imagine. But we're seeing a lot more mental health diagnosis in the jail and in our community, as well as the health is not the best of the inmates that we're getting in now compared to maybe 5 or 10 years ago. We need help, but we're looking for additional funding. where it's not coming out of the county budget.
Okay, and I guess, commissioners, this might be for you as much as for the folks in the sheriff's office, but I'm always curious. You just had a meeting where you talked about, um, salaries and the wage studies and things like that. How does that impact collective bargaining? I mean, you might have a wage study that says X position should pay X, but then when you have collective bargaining, how is that reflected in the wage studies? How does that, how do they?
If you recall, our wage studies do not include employees represented by a local union.
And that's why I was asking that question. Is there a way to marry those things together? Or is that just something that can never occur?
We look at it more as a bifurcated system. The wage scales for represented employees are the collective bargaining agreements and what our HR department in conjunction with our office looks at as competitive wages. We use other contracts, which are public records, to use those as the basis for our scales for collectively bargain employees. The purpose of the pay scales, the primary driver, was to do something similar for non-represented employees. So we do have situations similar in the sheriff's office where the administrative side of it makes a percentage more than collectively bargain employees. We have a situation in JFS where we have supervisors managing employees who are represented by a local. And so we either have to remove those positions from the scales and say you'll make X percent. So there is a marrying there with some positions, but the overwhelming majority of our wage scales are for non-represented workers.
Okay, that's what I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for coming up. We do appreciate it. And diligence to hear what you have and put it together and then.
And say no.
We're at.
We appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back in session and we have been joined by Judge McKinley and a couple of his staff. And can we get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second. Purpose of public employment?
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears.
Yes.
It is 11:42. We are coming out of executive session where we took no action. And we will go to other. And so the first thing is we certify the record of proceedings for October 29th.
I'll move.
Second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Can we approve the requisition?
So move.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Okay. Can we approve the month-end appropriations and transfers?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Okay. And can we approve utility permit application from Precision Geophysical?
So moved.
Second.
Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can we accept the quote rather from Standard Plumbing for jail chiller is for $3,000.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
And can we authorize the advertising for a public hearing for S&S brine application? And we're setting that hearing, if it passes, would be Thursday, December the 12th at 10 a.m. in this Commissioner's Boardroom.
So moved.
Second.
Banks?
Yes.
Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Okay, it is 11:43 and we will stand adjourned.
Recess.
Yes.
Recess.
Recess. We're coming back at 1 o'clock for another budget hearing, and that will be with the Common Pleas Court and Adult Court Services and their budget of 2025, and that will be at 1 p.m. Good afternoon. It's 1 PM. And we are here in the Richland County Board of Commissioners meeting to discuss Common Pleas Court, Adult Court Services and CAC 2025 budget. And first thing we'll do is we'll let everybody introduce themselves so that his voices out there know who they're listening to.
Judge Phil Knopf, Richland County Common Pleas General Division.
Judge Brent Robinson, Richland County Common Pleas Court.
Tammy Worthman, Richland County Common Pleas Court. The Alternative Center. Kathy Collins, Adult Court Services.
No promotion.
Thank you. And is Carl back with us?
It's not.
Okay, you have to show up anytime. Gentlemen, do you want to tell us about your budget and where we're at?
I can start. I have a murder trial going on right now, so I have to be back up there at 1:40. So just to let everybody know, but I know Phil and can hold the line in my absence. We did have to do a correction. We had an error on the pay grade, so we did correct that. That means that we have now one employee, Kim Parman, who's going to be at the max level. So we recalculated her. We're no longer giving her the progression. It would just be a 3% cost of living, and that would be a stipend. That does bring the budget down a little bit. It does save some money. I think like $673. She's no longer getting a 4% raise. She'd be getting a 3% stipend. One of the things that I did want to point out is even with the 3% cost of living and the 1% progression, our two bailiffs who do the jury commission, Dawn Brown and Chuck, just will still be at below the minimum wage scale for where they're at. So even though we only asked for a 4% for them, like we did for our other employees, a 3% plus 1, we would like to know if we would be able to increase them at least to get them into the minimum, very bottom wage scale. That would end up being a 7% increase, but in reality, it's only 63 cents an increase per hour above the 4% raise. And that would, again, just get them into the very bottom of the wage scale. And there are only two full-time bailiffs and they do a different job than our other bailiffs. Our other bailiffs are part-time and there's court security. These two bailiffs, essentially, most of their day is dealing with jury commission, jury issues, jury callbacks, letters, and those kind of things. We are going to transfer $50,000 from our special projects funds to cover the magistrate salary. So we will be putting $50,000 of special projects into general fund. With the 4% increase, the 3% cost of living plus the 1% progression, which was the information we were given by the commissioners, we would have 3 employees that would be above the mid-range. That would be Andrea, Tammy, and then Kim would be at the max range. And then we would have those 2 employees that I mentioned earlier, Dawn and Chuck, are below minimum range. And then we have 10 employees that are either below or at mid-range, and that would be all our other employees. And I'm not speaking for probation, and I'm not speaking for the other departments, CAC. I'm just speaking about our group of employees. We do have a shortage from earlier in the spring when we came to you and you guys did allow us to make our people 40-hour employees. So we have a letter here requesting the money to get us back to that. That adjustment would be $69,247 for salary, $598.09 for Medicare, $174.66 for PRS. So a total adjustment would be $75,620.33. Another thing we wanted to talk about was we have a policy that we don't want our employees carrying more than 10 weeks of vacation. So they have to take vacation or they have to take a payout or they can do a combination. The reason for that is when they retire, you don't want to end up paying them $50,000 or something. So we do have I think we have 5 employees that are intending to take either vacation or payout or combo. So amount that we thought that was gonna be about $11,000, $11,875.50 to pay for those people who are taking, and none of them are taking straight payouts. They're all taking vacation slash, so they're taking some vacation and then they're taking some payout. Our caseloads, civil is at 634 cases, we estimate will be up a little bit to 659. I do think that if the bank foreclosures, we still have stays involved on foreclosures from COVID. I don't know how the banks are staying in business, but they still have where they're telling banks you can't foreclose on people, COVID. If that ever would loosen up, and the election might change that, but if that loosens up, I think we are going to see a lot more foreclosures all of a sudden. We still have the county foreclosures, but we're not having the bank foreclosures. And one of the attorneys told Tammy they just, until they can't, they're not supposed to do it yet. So they're holding because of the COVID. I think our criminal cases we're at 945. I think that's going to go down a little bit, but it all depends on if the prosecutor is able to increase her staff. If you guys give her money to hire more attorneys, her caseload will go up. What's holding her back right now is she has literally 600 cases that she has not been able to indict because just doesn't have enough staff to get those cases. And they're the lower level cases, but it's not that she doesn't want to indict them. It's just she's so busy. So I have a feeling if she is given more staff, our criminal cases are going to go up next year.
Plus the fact though, she does have two attorneys now that have just passed the bar.
Yeah, the two Tylers.
Licensed. And
She has two coming online and I think we haven't formally given a head nod, but I think she's gonna get another one on top of the two that are coming online.
yeah, because
An
we
experience.
did have a talk with Prosecutor Schumacher and
This morning.
yeah, the big issue there is the number of appeals that are being filed.
Right.
I mean, they're
Are through the
getting
roof.
inundated. They are through the roof. And that's even on negotiated plea agreements. These guys-
Why is that? Just out of curiosity.
It's hard to say.
They're allowed to, even if they agree to a agreement,
Mhm.
they're still allowed to appeal to see if we did our plea right and the sentencing, there were any errors. Now, are those successful? Never. But they're allowed. They have appeals of right. So if they say, Judge, even though I agreed to this sentence, I can still appeal it. You have to give them.
It's just a trend. Things like this happen all the time. It goes around and, you know, a lot of these defendants will basically be copycats. They just ape what the other person's been doing. You turn around, they file appeal, so I'm gonna file an appeal. It's just the way it is. I mean, last year, maybe the year before, we had a glut of these defendants wanting to go pro se.
Correct.
And wanted to represent themselves, and then everybody wanted to represent themselves. So it does go around, so.
We're not seeing any reversals from the fifth district, but I bet the fifth district court of appeals numbers are way up too.
They are.
So their workload went way up
And the
because they have to hear
prosecutor-
every one of
The
those.
prosecutor is still required to answer each and every one of those, so, yeah, it's taking.
She's gonna have three coming online.
Well, when she gets those three, I'm sure our numbers of criminal cases will go up. Now, her highest watermark was 1,200.
Right.
She's usually between 800 and 1,200. We're predicting she'll end this year at about almost 900. So, but I think that will go up.
And I think it's a combination, though. We're also lacking in defense counsel, right?
That's true.
You know, we did discuss this with you gentlemen, I believe it was last year, maybe.
It was.
About bringing a public defender's office. And I mean, it's becoming a necessity. I think we only have maybe 12 attorneys on our court appointment list now.
We only have two appellate lawyers.
And I think that's another conversation. One thing I would say to that is I don't think there's a guarantee if you had a public defender's list that they would have the attorneys to staff that as well.
And that.
Attorney short, that's.
There's a shortage across the state.
Right.
It really is.
We tried to contract. We all asked if they would contract with us, and I still want to use our local bar, but when we got attorneys that say, listen, you're burning me out. I can't do anymore. I can't take any more cases. I'm overloaded. I'd love to have a public defender to rely on or appellate. But the public defender's office says we can't contract anymore because we're stretched to the max too. We can't sign any more
And
contracts.
our attorneys are working in probably a 5 to 6 county radius where they're being appointed in other courts as well. So those courts are suffering shortages as well. So
I'm probably the first non-attorney to believe that we need more attorneys. And Tammy, somebody try to eat your homework?
For you to say.
I did not see that, sir. I apologize.
I checked on, nothing's missing that's,
I apologize.
Might be,
By itself.
if you notice through our increased costs, we talked about the salary conversion for the vacation buyouts. We talked about that. Contract services, we have increases in copier fees.
Yep.
We also may have some legal fees, and if that would happen, we would want to talk to you in executive session about that. Lodging costs, of course, those aren't going down, those are going up. One thing that is going down is since we're using the e-filing, a lot more paper and envelopes are actually going down.
All right, you got us back in the $50,000 we gotta pay for the prosecutor for the software to match, so.
Software to match, yeah. And that's a Supreme Court thing. I mean,
I
that,
know.
of course,
That's not
that's-
us.
She'd either have to pay it for that or she'd have to hire a person to do that.
yeah, to do that intake, to do that.
Yeah.
So we noted that the cost of jury summons and questionnaires probably is going to go up. Every time there's a presidential election, we do get more people registered to vote, and that's how we pick our jurors. So that would, if it is like the past trends that people registered to vote that weren't registered before, then that is going to increase the cost of mailing out summonses to those people for jury panels. Interpreters, we've seen an increase in that. I've had a couple cases, I know Phil's had some and I've had some where we have Hispanic individuals and we're required to have a certified interpreter show up. And if you actually have to have two if you're going to have a jury trial because they get tired and you have to do that. So I've had I think 3 cases this year where we've had to have interpreters come and interpret. And that's again required by law and they're required by the Supreme Court to be certified. Yeah.
one thing on because we have a bigger base of registered voters.
Yeah.
Does that mean you have to send, I always assumed that if you needed 12 jurors or 15, whatever, you'd send out 100 or 200.
Expand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So the problem with presidential election is you get a big influx of people, but a lot of them move. They use addresses that aren't exactly. So we may send out the same number of summons, but our return of no
Fewer
service
returns.
is much higher after a presidential election, and it takes a while for that to level back out for us. And it depends the number of jurors we call on the kind of case we have. In case we're going to expect to have more jurors because there's going to be and our return rate without a presidential year is maybe at 40 or 50% of those come back with right addresses, and that's without a presidential. So we send a lot of questionnaires out because we need to make sure we get enough jurors to pick from. Most of our panels range from 50 to 75. A bigger trial, we may have 75 to 100. So it just depends on the trial. And right now, our caseloads, we have a lot of big cases. And so that out more questionnaires.
If we send out 40 summonses for jury service, if we send out 80, we're lucky to get 40 back. So if we think we have a murder trial, we'll send out 160, hoping that we get 80.
Yeah.
Because the concern is when you tell someone, hey, we're gonna have a 2-week murder trial and you can't go to work, a lot of people will say, I can't do that. And when it's a murder trial, a lot of people don't want to be a juror in those kind of situations.
No, I went through that.
And then they don't return one. Dawn and Chuck have to follow up on that. So we can't just say, well, they didn't show up for their jury service, let them go. They actually have to follow up and find out, did they move? Or if they didn't move, they just didn't show up, then we got to bring them in and have a show cause hearing why they shouldn't be held in contempt for not showing up. And we send out what's called a Q letter, which is a warning letter that basically says, hey, you didn't show up. What's going on? You got to return that. So subscriptions, maybe 5% increase. Foreign judges, we've had to use some visiting judges. We have a visiting judge right now because an individual made threats to our staff and one of our magistrates. So we can't hear that, obviously, so we have to have a visiting judge. So we've had to do a few more of those than in the past. Both you and I had to testify at a jury trial when I was threatened. That was last year. We had a visiting judge for that. E-filing, we talked about that. Now we're going to have e-filing for both criminal and civil. And then the last one was an ask to raise the payment for the jurors. And that's a letter. And I'll kind of explain the history of how we got there. We used to pay jurors $10 for a half day and $15. We back when Judge Henson and Judge Weiss were in 2010, we actually reduced what we were paying jurors to $10 a day from, what was it, 12?
20 and 30.
20 and 30?
Yeah.
I just know now we'd like to go to 15. We were at 12, I believe, at one point. We went down to 10. Yeah, we're at 12. In 2010, we paid jurors $12 for a half a day. So a total would be 24 for a full day service. Because of 2010 and all the issues we were having with the economy, we came to you and said, can you please lower that to $10 a day, $10 a half day, so $20 a full day. I've had a couple questions by jurors of saying, why is it so low? We can barely afford to eat lunch on $20 a day up at Uncle John's.
It is. By the time you talk about paying for the meal and it's even a small tip, they're over the $20.
And it's not designed to supplement their income, but we'd like to at least cover their lunch since they're there. So if it went,
But if they eat on the Brent Robinson method, they got coupons and fridge and they can really stretch a buck.
That's true.
And you get RC Cola instead of Coca-Cola Classic, you save another 20.
The Boca.
That would require them to leave the premises. I mean, we want them within the area of downtown if we can keep them there.
So
RC Cola, right?
So we'd ask that it go from 10 a half day to 15 a half day, which would mean 30 for a whole day. And obviously that's just a request. I think under the Ohio Revised Code, act, think that they can't get.
You're asking us to increase.
I have
max.
attached, did I attach the ORC?
Did 23, 13, 22 is
So I
the,
attached the ORC.
And you're asking for a lot of increases over there.
well, I know some of you have served as jurors out over here.
So,
Murder trial.
on Chuck, I'll let these guys speak. I absolutely think Chuck and Dawn should be brought up to the minimum. They've worked
Absolutely.
time. And we made a commitment to elected officials. Hey, look, we're asking you to participate in the wage scales and these aren't a restrictor. These are, hey, if people are underpaid, we need to bring them up. And clearly Chuck and Dawn have been here a long time.
Yes.
And so I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that. I think
Thank you. They will say thank you too.
we appreciate them, but we
Appreciate them.
appreciate you,
Thank you to them.
all of you going with our scales,
Yes.
which I think in the long run, you'll probably find out that
Would you like us to resubmit a budget with the corrected personal service?
Yeah, that might help. I just have a question understanding. So is Kim in the, I have her as the judicial legal assistant assignment commissioner, or is she just a judicial legal assistant?
Kim is actually, I would probably need to write a new, job description for her. Thank you. She is actually my backup. She came from domestic relations. Can't do payroll. She does payroll.
Right.
I can't do pay bills, those kind of things. That's what Kim do. So, she's listed at the same, basically Kelsey's case manager for Judge Robbins or for Judge Namoff. They both have more job descriptions and make more independent decisions and have financial, Kim has the financial portion, which actually brings them up above the other girl.
So I show that she could still, so I show she's at 2750. I hate talking about, but you said her name. I don't like talking personally, but I show that Kim is at 2751 right now.
But if I gave her 4%, that 4% of that.
Right.
Sure, up.
Well, you can give her the raise to the max and then,
That's what I did.
okay, so that's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's gonna be at 2823. Okay,
Well, she's gonna be at 2823 and then she'll have a small stipend.
right, okay, good. That,
And she came in at a higher salary because she was
Right.
Hockley's court administrator.
right.
She came in with the experience, and that's why we have her as like a backup to Tammy, but we also use Kelsey as like a backup to Tammy. But that, she came in getting court administrator pay from Judge Cox.
Not quite,
Not quite,
not quite.
not quite. She was paid,
She was very underpaid as the domestic
she was one that you couldn't hire her and expect her to take a
pay cut.
huge pay cut.
She was too valuable.
Yeah.
We were trying to get her for like 4 years.
Your special projects fund is fund number 119, right? I don't think that's labeled right. I just think that was a typo. I think you have 120, Tammy?
It probably is a typo.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I'm trying, gotta watch you court. You have all these outside funds. I track every cent. Fund.
Actual, the one titled special. You're talking about?
Yeah.
You know what? I believe you are correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was looking at, because you have funds that are no longer active, so let me double check on that. Not that, I'm just saying, I want to make sure, again, I track every court outside fund, so
Have any inactive?
here's what I show, and correct me if,
They were before me.
right, what I mean by just no longer used, would that be better? So I show you have a 112, which was a security fund, but there's no money in that.
That got transferred to code.
Okay, special projects is 119. That sound right? Computerization computer is 120.
Find that group of papers. I have so many.
But we do, you're right, we do have categorization.
Okay, then I show you have a mortgage foreclosure, which is 131. Mediation fund, which is 139. An indigent recoupment fund, which has little money, but we love that, 157. And then there's what I don't understand, because other courts have, it was a grant fund, which was 315, but zero balance.
We got a grant 1 year, maybe 2 years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, and we put it in that and then paid the monies out of that. That was for did we use that for?
Is that a Supreme Court grant?
No, it was yes, it was a tech grant. It was a tech grant that we got money for e-filing or something. But it was a year or two ago. And right now, there's no money going in or out of it because we haven't received a grant.
I show that the end of year balance was 694, 627.53 for those funds. That sound about right? If you add them all up, your biggest one being your special projects, which you are using, so we are thankful. I'm just saying, does that ballpark it? At the end of the year, I check balances in every court's fund.
I give you that spreadsheet in my budget that has the combined.
Yeah, we got it. It's just, I was looking at end of year. Okay, so we're good then. You do have those 5 funds.
We, of course, are anticipating, we think at this point, the furniture that we already have a PO out, but will not be zeroed out until next year once the courtroom 4 goes up. We still have the sound system that we are paying for that we're still waiting on approval of or quotes, everyone. Might also mention that court reporters are becoming an issue. Nobody's doing that. Even Franklin County can't find it. We're very lucky that we've been in contract with our court reporters rather than actually them as personnel.
Pretty soon AI will do all that, right?
What we're looking into.
Yeah.
And so we're also looking at that, but then we're getting quotes for that now. And hopefully by the time the new courtroom's up, we'll be able to implement that in all courtrooms.
Yeah.
But it's gonna significantly increase our costs for a while. And then, once we're not using court reporters as much, it'll start to offset that court reporter line down.
It'll just go to AI cost line items.
Yeah, we're gonna have video and audio, because if you don't have a court reporter, they're,
And transcription.
yeah, so it'd be video, audio, and then the ability to
Real-time.
real-time transcription, and you'd have to have it, so you could send it to a court reporter to be certified if there was an appeal. So you'd have to have but also having the audio and the video, if there's an issue about who was talking, Court of Appeals could watch the video and say, oh, because, 3 or 4 people are talking at once, it's hard to figure out
Which
who
the
was
recording
talking.
may not pick
The
up,
recording may just
clarify who it is, so.
I show there were 22 outside court funds between the four courts. It's probably about right. Okay.
I believe our last estimate from 2018 is almost $1.8 million that we've spent out of the special projects funds to do remodeling and other projects for the court.
You got another 572 in there if you want to spend some more.
So we're
I mean, not that I'm monitoring. Oh, wait, I am. So
probably gonna spend, by the time we get the furniture, that's, I think came in at, I don't know, 67, 75, I can't, somewhere in there. And then by the time we get the IT, just the sound system is coming in at 50 grand for courtroom.
what are you guys doing? Dolby Digital around there or what?
We have to.
Sound, you gotta, I mean, because if you're recording it, you,
Oh, I know.
Mic.
Want it to be the best.
the mic's gotta
And then
work.
adding on top of that, there'll be a maintenance fee with the new software for the transcription and audio and visual.
Always a maintenance fee, huh, Daryl?
Always, but you have to have that.
50 years.
End of life, end of life.
We're gonna say with computers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been lied to before.
Well, not official. We do think the clerks will open up on November 25th. We'll know more in a couple of weeks. So your court will get started. Yeah, the
Nice.
air handler, knock on wood's going well. So we think they officially open up to the public on November 25th.
And our architect is looking over the two bids that we got for the fourth courtroom, the one for that and one for the L1 and restrooms. And
It's gonna be short-term, mildly short-term pain for very good long-term gain over the next couple.
there's gonna be a lot of pain through it.
We could actually use that third court
Yeah.
just last
yeah,
week.
Just last week.
So we had a civil case going with a visiting judge, and then I had the murder case, and then he was supposed to start a
I had my
trial.
docket too.
And you were
on
supposed
top
to
of it,
start a
yeah.
trial, but we had to bump his trial.
And our magistrates had arraignments and other mandatory hearings.
So we could have put it to work just even last week. It was-
We would have.
Front Street, I show you're going to 10 security, but that's just to give you another body. The hours don't change, right?
Hours don't change,
Okay.
change there, just basically. Ray Scott is going to go, they're calling status only. Be a product of the bag in, looking at one more, the hour. A matter of having days on the payroll to help cover. Right now, we're struggling occasionally with calling off and then having someone else come in to cover that shift, so. I've actually at times had to stick a PO down there for a little bit just to make sure we had coverage on them.
Could you, I know you and I asked this question before today, but just so the public would know, should they ever listen to these exciting budget sessions? I track head count and I see that there is an increase of, we talked about the increase of probation or community control officers and the general fund side when you have the break. So can you explain how it changes from year to year and how that total is going up on the general fund side though? Can you explain that?
Yeah, the total number of people that it shows on there increased because of kind of restructuring a little bit up in our office. When Joanne Kaufman left, Hoover took over her duties and then Lindsay took over some of the other duties and we brought another person in to kind of replace Joanne. But where it all comes out of actually is what changed. The other part that changed on that is because some people are solely funded out of grants. When we try to get the cut, comply with the Nelson stuff with the pay scales. If there's an increase more than factored into a grant, because the grants, when they're factored in from year to year, we factor a 3% pay increase there. So anything that was above the 3% pay increase, it was not factored into a grant, we can't go back and change. So if there was a change or a manipulation in to get them brought into the pay scale in the proper spot, then we had to take then ask general fund for that. So that's why some of the people just solely came out of the grants. Anybody that was in the grant, like our probation services grant, which is 3 different officers there, even to get them up into the proper pay scale, something else. We didn't put that into the economy at all. We covered all that with just grant money. It's not going to increase in here. That's why the numbers look a little bit different as far as the number of employees coming out of county fund, but not really an addition of anybody additional to the staff. The only additional to the staff we've had is the one that is coming out of probation service. Answer your question.
Yes, and you explained that to me earlier. Another question is, I don't see much change in your operations on the court IT side, and I know that domestic relations is going with Pat, but I see the contract services is up.
Yeah, two things that increase that. One, you encourage departments to implement the dual application.
Well, we signed off on it. I would say that was our auditor who wanted that.
I wouldn't know that one, but I don't think we've seen a quote yet, but Mr. Maxwell's understanding is that would be around $10,000. So that's where that $10,000 numbers come from. And then our case management system requires us to use Microsoft Office. And so we have had to upgrade to Microsoft Office 365. Now, attached to that has also allowed us, we've pulled all of our email addresses from the county's pool on their Gmail application. So some of that should be offset by what county should save in terms of their contract pricing. What's the other thing? I think those were the two big ones. Because Microsoft Office added the 16,000 and the Cisco Duo we put in at 10. And then everything else that went up was a price adjustment or contract 5% standard is what most of them came in at. Again, we're still waiting on a couple. A lot of those quotes come in for us after the budget season. They come in and because like some of our contract years run. So we factored in 5% to cover it with. We will probably see an increase in our FTR, which I did not put in here. That's our recording system. So either that will increase or one of our other contractors will increase. The first year we can offset some of that with computerization monies. I just don't know exactly how much that's going to be, so I did not include any of those
You
increases.
got 3,000 for FTR now.
Right.
More than that?
Well, right now that's servicing 3 courtrooms. We're going to add a 4th courtroom and then adding the video and the transcription portion will increase that.
That will be the expensive.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive. I just don't know exactly how much yet. We're still waiting on quotes from 2 other or 3 other vendors.
It's gonna be go time if we lose those
Yeah.
court reporters.
One is ready to retire now.
Yep.
She's kind of holding out for us. And the other one at max, we will get 2 years.
What's the advantage of Amazon Prime for Business at $600?
We get discounts. We get discounts on shipping. We also have the ability to get billed rather than use the credit card. And those are the big ones that we found. We are decreasing, right? And we have, I think, 10 people listed. We are decreasing that. So I do expect that will be one of the line items.
Worth it?
Actually go down a little.
Had it for a while?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And more.
You're requesting to go back up to 3 part-time. You were at 2 last year on the joint court. I show you had 2 part-time in your submission. And this year you're bumping up to 3. So is that right? Aren't you, I showed, last year when you submitted a budget, I showed 12 full-time employees. This is on the joint court side now and 2 part-time. And this year I'm saying 12 full-time and 3 part-time. Am I reading that right?
Yes, Clarence, John, and Brad. Clarence basically works 1 or 2 days a week for Judge Robinson to give Dawn some time out of the courtroom so that she can actually do the work on the 3 panels. Brad and John split the time in courtroom 3, and they also back up for when Dawn and Chuck are out on vacation.
I think John is 2 days a week
2 days
and
a week,
Brad's
Brad's
3,
3
so
days a
that
week.
covers downstairs courtroom. And then Jay comes in and does,
Are you gonna need another bailiff when the 4th courtroom comes?
No,
Okay.
Probably not,
no.
but we'll never say never.
Well, I know John would love to work more hours, so
Yeah.
he would love to increase his 2 days to, but
Okay, I don't have any more questions, I don't think. I think you answered all mine. CAC looks good, Jennifer.
Do have a comment on formatting, I think more than anything. On the budget summary, it shows budget year 2004
Yeah,
left.
I had a lot of that this year. On the revised one, I think I corrected it, but,
I don't know if I have to revise. I see 2024 in a number of things.
yeah, I apologize for that as well.
I mean, we know what it is, but
Yes. Oh, I saw it too. I hate it. Makes me mad.
I don't have any other questions.
Be online.
Hey, you made it.
I know, I'm gonna actually
Made it, we had to get you on time.
here. Well, I'll keep the yours, wait, thank you.
Thank you for all the work and
Thank you all for coming.
You guys have any other questions at all? Gary, one?
Nope.
But I heard some good comments about the new machine out there.
36.
Smaller, they got more room to maneuver.